Alrighty, it's time to continue with our dear spline cave cannon generator. There's a few logics that we did off screen because they were kind of complicated to do. But that's basically it. Involves PCGX. Actually, no, we did that last time. But we did a few fixes. Like the tangent count here needs to be a little bit lower as the one, otherwise it will otherwise it will basically take away too much points so that we cannot generate anymore. For something with a spline mesh spawner, that would be totally okay because it would just take the difference from that and just continues. But for this in particular, it wouldn't work. Oh, I'm still here on my big. Let me turn that to small. And we have a few problems that we turn into. One is when I turn this off, so we just have our spline data, but not anything shown. We do have a few problems showing up like this right here, where we would need to basically intervene by letting him not, basically by spawning a volume here that then collides with this one. We'll probably have to go this way. We have to see how everything turns, but the problem that we will tackle is basically in our intersections. We had our intersections itself, but we hadn't had the filtering of that. So that's what I did. It's basically 4-way is simple. 4-way we do have right here. I did a little bit of a debugger here so we can see the differences. We do have we have this ending right here. We have few things to that we used as fixes in here, like the spatial alignment, where we what we did with the spline earlier. Then the remove start, which is basically to have this one right here just go one step behind. Makes it easier for it's a variable out of the reason if I use a spline mesh, spline mesh spawner, I would not want that. But for the static mesh spawner, if I do it like that, we start with having this line up with this, and therefore it's more accurate with our actual opening. Same. Then we had, of course, our debugging of ceiling and everything that we could then say, okay, we debug our wall. So we can at the color see, okay, the right wall comes from, let's say, a bad example, but here's a good example. Here you have the color coding. Red is the first, green the second, blue, and so on. And on that, I can, if there are any troubles with light leaking through or something, I can then fix that really quickly just by using that. Then, of course, the visibility. So basically render or not render. That's basically all we did. The one particular thing that is important here is when we debug the intersections is for our three-way, so our T section, that faces the right. Hey Max, how you doing, dear? Well, thanks for the follow. We basically had that we have to orientate that, which we did here with our little rotator. Now we make the assets for that, so we can actually fill this point with actual data. Therefore, I have already prepared a little bit of a start right here, but we need to basically put them all together. The game would be an hack and slay. So this will be just to generate caves that you can then go into just for faster production. Because I'm a one person trying to make an open world, so I have to utilize PCG a lot. Like, really a lot. And that's basically what we're doing here. To make our world building a little bit easier. Here, I duplicated that arrow. And I know that our platform is 600 wide, so I take 300 off of it and then turn it 90 degrees. And I duplicate that one. And I turn it minus 90 degrees. I take the location from here because in the duplication it sends it a little bit off center. So okay, so now we can pull that one here and that one there. That way we know exactly where it starts and ends. Let me actually change my perspective to top. Oh, it's not that great. Okay, top view is a little bit bugged. Then we do it this way. That is in the perfect center. This one needs a little bit here. Then we basically need to do this very same right here as well. I duplicate that one 2 times. Duplicate this. Hey Foxman, how are you doing, dear? We take this one, we paste the location, we take off 600, be in the center, 90 on that. Minus 90 on this one. I'm doing good, thanks for asking. We're creating a cave generator, basically. So let me put the visibility on. We have our cave here with the dead ends, with an entrance. We can go in here. Now we basically create intersection paths, which we then would place in here, or in here, or here. And that's basically what we are working on. We create this will be our template for one of the three-way intersections. So the T sections, we will have the four-way intersection as well. That's why I kind of want to take that. And then duplicate it over here. Hang on. I think I accidentally just selected the terrain too. And I should not. Take that one, put it over here. Duplicate this one again. Take the location of that. Say it's flipped 180 degrees. And we should be at the perfect location if I take 600 off of it. There we go. Now we have the template for the four-way as well. You make one template at first, then you basically you make it once. Then you have this as a level instance, and then the level instance under that, then on top of that, with the entire caves built up, you design that so you do not have the script and have an artistic freedom. So, for example, this one right here is a level instance out of multiple objects. I take that from all of the, I make multiples of those, like 5. I make 5 of I did 5 of these. And one dead end. And basically what we create here is then that all of this right here is basically randomized out of those 5 instances. We will not make that many for our things here. We basically make this right here one time. And then we make more different level instances that we can take this, make that one a level instance, for example. then we can use this right now, kind of like a matryoshka, and create more of them. So we can be like, create another one, and then just design them. You have the creative freedom that way, and that's kind of really important for designing. You cannot automate everything. Some stuff need the human touch, where you need to design, where you need to basically hand design your instance, and that's basically what we do with a little bit of automation as well. But we kind of create our little instances here. Nah, it's not really a pain. It's just you do it once, offline, and then we call that for section. Should actually call a template. How are you doing, dear? Frosty greetings. I mean, yeah, it is cold, but is it that cold? We luckily don't have the snow chaos that the people in America do have. I don't know if you have seen what is going on over there. Poor people. Some people have their entire electricity system completely fall off because it's just getting too cold and too snowy to even handle. 1200 was close, but not the right one. Wait, that means those are off too. Let's see by how much. Maybe it's 100,300. 300 is too much. I see it's 100,250. This guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. That seems to be end. That's it. There's truth in that. I mean, snow is only fun if you don't have to deal with it. As soon as you have to deal with it, Probably not. I know, but if you have like a home, you have to take care of the snow. You have to free the pedestrian area and stuff like that. And it's a pain in the ass. If you have a car, you have to deal with it by driving through the mess. So as long as you don't have to deal with it, if you're on vacation at some hotel and then there's snowy outside, then snow is cool because it's pretty, but any other way around? Probably not. Well, I forgot one very, very important step. We have to edit our level again. And we select our arrows. This one. We need a few tags. We need cave, small, and then I call it forward. Actually, let's make it a little bit faster. Cave, small, and the third one, left, right. Same we have to do here. So we go in here. We select our arrows. Cave, small, and now left, right, forward, and back. We do the same for here. Thing is, we basically design our template, but we will reuse it a couple of times, creating different ones. But we will first just make one, then make it fit to our system here, and then go from there. Make it one for small, one for medium, we fit there. Then we can create multiples of those. It's basically the agenda for today. Now we do have cave medium. Technically, I only need medium and forward, but I at one point plan to do like 1 mega PCG handler, then implements all the others, And then I can go for cave, define by that, then go deeper and deeper and deeper from there. That's why I make multiple and very defined tags. Forward. Then this is left. This is right. This is basically where a modeler the one in the about page should be valid though. Let me check. Let me one. Let me one. That one should be a permanent link.
Adlings are invading the void for 9
Yeah,
seconds.
the one in the about page should work. The one under socials. Oh, that one is invalid. Okay, I see. The one in the... Okay. Thanks for the head up. I will change that after stream. The one directly in the about box. I see now. Okay. Let's double check. Did I name you? Did I not name you? Did name you. Okay. And it's up for this, guys. Does not have to be completely exact at the center, but yes, I did find it. It's directly in the about box. Thanks for the heads up. I wasn't aware of that. We'll have to change that after the stream. But the one directly under the socials, like the headline socials, and then that one should work. It's hard to keep every... It would be nice if you could set up variables in Twitch so that you can set them up. This is the Discord link, and then reuse them. That would prevent stuff like that from happening. Or at least make it easier for that not to happen. Because then you only have to update one thing and not multiples. Okay, the templates are done. What we need to do now is to build upon those. Yeah, you're right. You're very right with that one. Painfully so. Right, now we can start designing. Let's drag that one in. I like that already how it looks. We can probably make it ourselves quite easy. Oh, god damn it. That was one step too much. 90. There we go. Do I take this side? Or this side? Which one looks better? Take minus 90. Then for reference, I just take those three and put them over here. So that one, just goes over here. That one, this is just to help guiding the eye a little. All we need is the right height. Which is that. Now we can hide all these. Yeah, like that. It's a little bit flat. Maybe a little bit too flat. Let's give it a little bit more volume. Just like that. That should be probably enough. That looks already better. Maybe 8. Yeah, that should do. This is our point there. Now we need to let me put that one. And those. And call it intersections, so we have it a little bit organized. That way we can also look for our 4 invisible ones from earlier. That one. This, and this. Let's pull them down here. So we need a little bit of a pillar here, there, and there. Just a little pillar. So that we have a nice, yeah, I think 4 pillars for different pillars. Which one are good candidates? That one is a great candidate. Then the one next to it. This one. And that one. We will use those. Technically, I only, well, I call this T section blend. I don't only need then. I don't need those. We delete those. We can trick a little, which is we can use this and be putting this one right there and work with tags. Like if I take this one and give that one cave small and then say T section, and I can just look after that one and have that one basically make my system. Now for our pillars here. Actually, I need that one in order for the pillars to be scaled in the right height first, and then we see from there. This one looks promising. It only needs a little bit more height, which is better done manually here. Just like that. And we need another one that's as small as well. And if it's open, we have it like that. Perfect. Okay. I want to add another one. Intersection. So this one will be the crucial one because intersection will be what we filter after later. And then have an additional one for T section to filter it out or in. Hmm. How much is that one too much in? Like that. And here, more like that. Here it almost plain. Yeah, it perfectly fits in, I would say. Let's have that one, replicate and turn around by 180 degrees. Put it here. Hide that one. That one is okay. That one needs a little bit shifting. Just like that. And for this one, a little bit like that. Now we need another, only another one there. But one, if it's somewhat aligning here, it should be fine. Kind of like this thing here. Want to have it face inwards. Kind of like that. So if we have this one, and those pillars get the tag. Cave, small, and intersection. Now we basically have this. All we need now, basically a ceiling. And once we have the ceiling, we have our level. And I kind of want to make our ceiling we take that as a reference, but we need ceiling elements, and we take that one, and we take maybe that one. Okay, both of them needs to be turned 90 degrees, and then make it a lot smaller and flatter. Be even smaller. Those are parts of it, not the entire thing. See which side does look better. This side. That side. I like that side a lot. One has structure. So we take that one, put it down there like a little bit like an UFO. Let me put that one, those in here, call that ref. Then I can turn our ref off like that. Maybe we rotate it a little. Give it a little bit more feeling. And now here's a thing. I kind of want to have it have multiple other more candidates, because I kind of want to have one middle part that I call opening, so that if I want, I can then have kind of like a hole to fall in from there. I think I take this one. From here to there, and from here to there. That is that. And we have this one. That one looks, but that side looks better. And maybe even if we do it like that. Yeah, that looks better. Now, one lid to seal them all. Yeah, why not that one? Kind of already like how that looks. Looking good. Yeah. Looking a little bit like a pavilion or like a gazebo when you make it stand alone, but basically, we have, our 5 elements that we made. This tunnel is made out of that. Then we have like a T section, and here we will have our 4 section. So our crossing, the T section crossing, and then the actual crossing. We basically make that with this. So we are here on cave, and then small, and then intersection, and then ceiling for those. And this one gets the tag opening. And make it like that. We will see. We have or we make the level instance. Let's take them all. Nothing is left. Okay, good. We have this one and our we have basically those. Now we have basically our small T section. Let's make it this way. The other one we have to rename. ECG, Dungeons, Cave, Level and Inspire, Small. This one is the template. We don't need the template, we need this one. Asset action. And then create a PCG asset out of this. Now we can drag this over into
Adlings are invading the
here.
void for 90 seconds.
So basically, what we can do here is we take the points from here. Have a copy points. This is the source. This is the target. Let's go with. Let's actually make it a different section here. Small, three-way, and small. Four-way. One goes in here, one goes in there. And then basically what we need to do is the very same that we do here, so that we so let's face the three-way first. We say, what did we call it again? T section. So we have both this. The one thing that we can do now is for this one, we take the inside filter. For the other one, we take the outside filter. But that's for later. First, we need to take everything that is intersection. From that, static mesh spawner. Not that. Static mesh spawner. That's what we need. And we need it from attribute, and the attribute is mesh. Sure. Here we need both inside and the outside. In the other one, we only need the outside. So if we take a look now and our intersections, even if we turn off the visible, no. Am I missing a point? This is where visible matters, but we do not have visible for that, so it shouldn't matter. Why do we not get any data? Ah, because I'm taking the wrong way. I'm intersection freeway and intersection hallway. I don't think we need that. I think we can do it like that. Okay, let's see. That's correct. And that is also correct. So the positioning of those are correct. So now for our four-way, it should be here. We basically do the exact same, just with one difference. We only take the outside filter. With that, we have our positioning here. Good. So what? We do have to do a little bit of a cleanup. That makes sense. We do have to work with those. actually, let's give them another one that we call direction. And I like to pull it up so it is readable from below. Cave small direction and then the direction name. So it's one thing that is cohesive. And follows a little bit of a sense. So same here. Direction. This one we ignore for now. We make this one work. We need the direction. We need to work with that. Actually, let me make that a little bit simpler. Alpha graph. What's the alpha? Why that gave it away? Let me double check my graph again. It was. We have to basically do this again. We need both. Where are we? There are we. This way we can simplify it a little, because we can then pull both in. Let's delete that. Yeah. So the section is what we both need. But what we do not both need is this here. So we can go from here to here. We cancel out our our dead ends. And then we have this. And then we have this. This makes it a little bit more readable, but we have the same outcome. And it makes stuff a little bit easier. One thing that I kind of want to take away is also the random choice. That one is already configured almost correctly. That's why I'm stealing it from there. we have a random choice of 50-50, I would say. Which is our opening here. Called it opening, right? Double checking. Yeah, we called it opening. Ceiling, opening. I kind of want to go the or no. Kind of have to do it here. In our outside filter. Might actually want to add more tags to it. So we can actually do that. So one goes from the inside filter. Everything that is ceiling. No. For our intersection, this is where we go. And for anything that is outside of our choice, everything that's not ceiling, we look after it, decide from here, but here in ceiling, we have a choice coming from the inside filter. So we have it like that. And one where we only have it like that. Seems like hang on. Okay, ceiling gets spawned correctly. Then ceiling with the inside filter and without. That looks okay. That's exactly what I kind of want, but okay, let's put that. If it shows and it's only the outside filter. Why do I don't have everyone? Fuck, okay. That's why. And I need to have something else I filter after. Let's see. What kind of data can I create again with my spline sampler? We definitely will need the tangents here later. So we can already take that. We take the I kind of want to see what the segment index gives us. So let's go in here. Down here. We have all those. The tangent is important for us later on. It's almost like on, off, on, off, on, off. I don't know if that's really helping us at all. Might not see the alpha. Let's look at the alpha on that one. The alpha on this one. Yeah, that's something that we can use. We use the alpha. So we do that already basically right here. That's why I take that. We only take a different number. So if our alpha is bigger than it is this one, okay, we retake 0.2 because then we have one with a hole and one without a hole. So we have this. That way we have a randomization in that direction. And now I do it here. For that one, it's with the outside filter, and for those one, it's this. So now we should have everything from there. All right, enjoy your lark, my dear. And yeah, we do have our spawning of that. Don't I have intersection on that one as well? I don't. What we would be doing wise if we do. We would do wise to have that on there. Yeah, waterboarding. Thank you. I will. Intersection. We have this problem that when we intersect here, we do have them now.
Invading the void for 90 seconds.
So we need to filter out for direction. and then have then it gives us currently an error because it wants us to update that. No, we shouldn't have. But if I can now go in here, basically, make it as one of those, actually. We have a debug intersection, we have a branch. And if our debug intersection is true, which is currently the case, then we show those. Now we see our arrows are even here. Only thing that I kind of want to do give them a different color if it lets me. Oh, that's only for that. Never mind. Let me give my debug a different color. By that I mean this debug. Yeah, you get this. Maybe not that one directly. Maybe we keep it like that. It's different enough. So we have that. We should also see it here. Perfect. Because there's a little bit of a thing that we need to do. Even before we spawn that. Or actually, no. We need, before we do this, so what we need to do, put that one a little bit away. We kind of need to take an attract node. Where this one, we just need to have a different one for that one. Spline segments. Okay, one-on-one match. So basically what we need to do is filter more. Let's do it with the forward first. If it's forward, what we should only have. So very different points. Why? Oh, okay, let's make that really quick. In that direction, if it's not forward. A lot of points here. When forward is false, this is where forward is true. This is where forward is false. We go for backward then. And then we go for left. What is your problem? Oh, not backward. It's back. Now we can get everything that is back on false. True gets in there. Left gets in there. Just to be 100% on the right track, do the same with the right. That makes sense. Or does it even suffice if we all attract? let's just put those together. Attract to direction. This one will be loop node. We have to go in here, source and target. Mm-mm. You have to finick around a little bit. So we have to attract basically those nodes to those nodes. Basically all that has to happen. Should be fine if we just do it like that. But I definitely want to call that source and target. Can we do it like that? And if we do we see the difference? Let's take that one away for a second. So that's spline, and we wanted to attract it to everything that's in here. Okay, that doesn't work. Did that work? Oh, of course that doesn't work because now we need to partition it after our index. Does it still? So if we do it this. Still reading that as multiples, even though it really only has singular data, like one single point. Oh, it has the same here. But what? It's not that complicated. Take a short break and go to the bathroom. And then I will return. Maybe I have an idea on the way. Alright, I'm back. I remembered something, and I want to see if that's the thing that's true. So I want to merge that, merge points. And then our attract node. This is stars. This is target. Aha! There we go. Sometimes you have some metadata in here for some reason. We don't need that. And we do not need that. Let's keep that. We probably will need to written. Actually, we will need that, but we will have to do quite a bunch of the stuff. But for now, it's an empty one. Then we also take a collapse node. Nothing special we do here with it. I kind of want to see if there's a difference. So should already be a difference from the red one here to what will be the green one here. At least in some parts there should be a slight adjustment, shouldn't there? Maybe not. Maybe I have to do my next step first. Right. We might only need one. We probably can get rid of that one. And I think we need to filter. There we go. I think for here I go for 0. What is my typo there? What did I do wrong? Indeed. What I do here. Oh, I have a slight typo in there. Oh, forgot to put that one. Okay. Then I can go for the 0. Also, what's my outside filter? Give me the outside filter. As why? No, I need it on the in filter, but I need the outside filter for something else. So my in filter will create. So if here as well, I need my output. If I have the in filters, then I multiply. If I have the output filter, I multiply as well. But also turn it around by -1. Now we need a constant. Let's go for 1,000. 1,000 is most of the time a good value. Then I think
Adlings are invading the
this
void for 90
one,
seconds.
this one, and this one, but we also need to name it. That one will not have the star. It's called sauce. I think this is. Where do I have it? I need the exact same names. There. Attributes. The arrive tangent and the leave tangent. Those names is what we need. This is the start, which should be. It should be the arrive tangent. Is it the leave one? This one will be leave. I think I might have twisted it around, but we will see. And then put this one in here. Leave tangent, arrive tangent. Should be somewhat the correct way. Make it a little bit more readable. Like that. And hide rain. Very important. Then check my nodes. And do I have it? Leaf tangent, right tangent. I've somewhere written it down which one is which. Good thing I checked, because this one is not the arrive tangent, but the leave tangent. And this is the arrive tangent. And then this should be end. If we take that one, can put this through. That should fix our segmentization of that. And yeah, we call that, we make it named reroute. And we call that raid caves, and we use that straight caves instead of our spline segments there. Hang on. Let me detach that. This one needs to be of point. Forgot to change that. That's why I have to detach it, otherwise it runs into an error, and we don't want that. So put this one off, put it back in. Now we have it correct. Now if we connect them back in, everything should be more fine. Probably not on that side though, but on pretty much that side. Looks a little bit better. There's a slight drift in there. Not too much of a difference in here. It seems to work. Somewhat. It will not clean it up too good. Maybe we can even ignore the step entirely, but let's have that. Then we have this on top of everything. So when we make everything visible again, a slight problem there, but that's because we are not working with splines. There's a problem here with the ceiling. So while the ceiling in itself is okay, I have it a little bit higher. Now we do have to sink the ceiling a little bit in. Actually, no. I think this is only appearing because the height difference. That is a problem. Wait a second. It's not a problem, because we actually need to fix it here. Just noted it because those arrows are way too much on the top. Level instances, spire, small. We need to go into the template, and this is the section. We need to go inside of this one here. Go into left, right, whatever. Take everything and pull it down. Pretty much all we need to do. And this should be in the center. What? And this is left. Now we look for front. That may be better. Really? Wireframe. Okay, wireframe does not even help us. Okay. Check front again. And that should do it. We put this one now. And updated. When we go back to import, and of course back to perspective, gotta be kidding me. Yes, still. That looks better. This looks like we want it to be. The problem is, of course, that we need I might sometimes wish I could have a checkerboard pattern so that I can turn it off like this and then have everything show up correctly the way I want, but we don't have that luxury right now, so This is where stuff gets a little bit finicky. Because technically... should collide. Why are they not? What the fuck? What in these 7 deadly sins happens there? What's the quotation like that? Why do we... I just have to position it a little bit more better. Like that. That works. See? We have a wonderful dead end there. We have the opening up there. And as for here... it may look finicky. What the fuck happened to that one? Is there one thing I want to kind of fix? Yeah. I think what we can do to prevent that stuff from happening is to copy points. This will be the source. This will be the target. It's not copy points. Copy attributes. That's what we need. This is the source. This is the target. And we take our rotation. Point here, and we take here as well the Rotation. It should run an error, not it should run an error right now, but instead of completely crashing, but it looks like it's crashing. Well, basically, we copy over the rotation point yaw from earlier till later, and then we basically prevent that after all this adjustment that the might be that we have something else to look after. And we maybe have to take a different source or a point, but that's basically what we have to do. Take the rotation and the yaw, adjust that, and be fine. But now it kind of crashed, so we have to watch for that. Come on, get in. It's not telling me that I had open graphs. Oh, it's not. It hasn't finished. Now, 12 assets. Yes, show me.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
This is that. And this is where we this is where we wanted to correct. Let's prepare the copy attributes first. Rotation, rotation, yaw, and yaw. So our source should be then. Then that. Clean it up later. But this should fix our problem. Actually, let's detach it first. Let's create the problem first. And then put it in. But once we have small running, then the only difference is to make a level instance for medium, and then we are basically done. I only have to think about transition elements from medium to dark. So from medium to small. So we have kind of like a transition to those elements as well. And then we have a finished cave simulation, a cave generated. We have it like that. But that one I will do off stream, because we would have to restructure our entire system so that the splines do have the information if they are small or large, and not the graph. Currently it's a graph because it's just easier. That's what I thought. Kind of want to clean up that one here as well. So let's go for what is at hand first. That should be that one. And here it collapsed like that. Okay, let's do that. If I take you and put you as the target, and then in here, it's almost correct. So the source is not the right one. Maybe the intersections. Let's put you. Is it maybe more than just the yaw? Is it maybe anything that is not? Target. And again, the source, but we do not take yaw. Take pitch. Wait, the yaw might be actually the only one that needs no adjustments. It might actually be just the yaw. Just pitch. Yes, seems to be correct. What about you? What the fuck happened here? What kind of rotation problem are you? And do I get you or do I fix you? And I go for what's called a row. That's the source. And this is the target. Interesting. Mm-hmm. We somewhat have fixed in. Now there's one big thing I would like to add to that level. Hmm. How do we get that one? Kinda can't. And can we get the volume up? Wait, can we? Might be able to. Just a point. That's also point. Don't need point data, we need volume data though. I make an experiment. I kind of want to find out if this is working. It should, theoretically, but we will have to see. So let's put down a cube. Let's give the cube just a tag called cave intersection volume. Let's make it quite big. And let's put in let's put it where I actually want it, which would be here, and it's turned this way, and we need it bigger. I have it like that. This is my volume intersect. Okay. Get volume data of all world actors by tag, and the tag is then. Do I find anything here? No. I do the same with get actor data. Do I then get data? Yes, I do. Bam. There we have our solution. That was the wrong one. This is the right one. We take that level. Actually, for that I even go into the actual level instance. That one. We go for unled so we can see stuff. Put down a cube. We named that cube. We put it at 0, 0. So roughly 10. Maybe 11. Maybe even 12. Yeah, 12 seems to be better. Take that one and our material here. Let's let it be like that. Left looks good. How does the right look? Not so good. Forward. And back. Okay. And I just want to name that collision volume. That way we can make sure that that one is always spawned. Now we go back to our scene. Oh yeah, let's do that first. We have it here, we just don't have it here right now. So PCG, dungeons, cave, level instance, T section. No, that one. Yeah, update PCG assets. Data should be still here, which means we can select multiple. Have it there. So technically, that's an overlay material now. Overlay materials, there we go. Wireframe. Bam. We are just looking for that. I want to see, do we collide or do we not collide? Technically collide, but probably not enough. So if it's there, oh well. Looks like it actually does its job. Okay, but what if I deactivate you? Technically still there, but okay. So that one works. The only thing that I kind of would like to do should be like that, just that we actually seem to have a little bit of a problem here. Which is that one is suddenly closed. Is the quotation correct? Let's check here again. Okay, that does look like a problem there. So we do have to... No, we have to go back here. Because we have to make it larger and then... Okay, when we have made it larger, we... Let's actually give it some spacing. Let's make it 13 enough. Alley. Make it 15. It should be less of an area to cover. Yeah, that looks good. If it's in that parameter, it can. Why do we even give it? Do we even give it height? Let's make it like that. Not entirely like we had it before, but it is in the center. It is somewhat in there. And we take those. We update our PCG asset. And with that, we don't. No data. No data at all. Not even a single one. Oh, okay. Why do we get it? Do we get it with per volume data now? There must be a way. There must be a way that how we can do this. Neither by volume data nor by actor data. This is a problem. Like it works when we put down a cube. That one, scaling it up a lot. having it like a wireframe, having that one have a tag, and then put it there. That works. But the actual spawned entity,
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
that doesn't work. And why doesn't it work? Probably, oh, probably. Can I? Instant static mesh. Oh, they are all instant static meshes. Oh, because it has no collisions. That's probably why. It needs to have collisions. That doesn't seem to be in. It's not even on that one. Not even on the hardest collision where it's blocking all, even the pawn. Technically, it should let everything through but the pawn. Yeah, it should block everything but the pawn. Not the pawn. We ignore the pawn. No physical and vehicle. And we ignore destructibles. Actually, we ignore every object response. But that's not what it is. We should basically block all. So here's the thing. Block all. Which technically should mean when I go here, and went through it, yes, this path is larger than it looks like. We technically should face an invisible wall. Which we do. Right here. But that seems not to be enough for this one to count it as actual data that we can work with. That is annoying. So that one does not count as an actor and it does not count as a volume. Do I really have to make the work around? Oh. Okay. It is what it is, but okay. ECG blueprint actor BP ECG spawnable collision at our box. Hmm. PCG data as if this is the actual cave. You have to go in there, delete our collision volume because that doesn't work. We have to do an actual workaround. Not the best, not the happiest with that result, but it is what it is. So I opened the wrong one. I opened the main world, not our testing world. That will not do much of it all. We need to go here. I think for this one, to make a little bit of sense, let's go with 15 for starters. It should be a good start. Compile, thing. Why are you here? This should not. Yeah, this is what we should get. Spawn actor. Right, we called it spawnable position collision, yeah. And we do not even have to do this, we just do this, BP, PCG, spawnable collision, and we get data. Probably we get that data though. We still get data. Good. Though our spawnable collision is probably a little bit low. Definitely. We need to do whatever we do here and do it here as well. We can see we need to does that mean that we have two spawned? Yeah, one there, one there. Makes sense. Transform points. Okay, maybe 2 is a little bit much. Maybe it's 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 should be good. All right. We spawn now. Get the data, but it's not doing much. So we still can get it like that. But we might need bigger target. And now it's fine. That's enormous. This is way too big for my liking. Why is 1.5 too less? What's with 1.55? Okay, we take 1.55. It's small enough stamp that I'm going okay with that. Here I just do it differently. We do it like that. Seems like we do not need the execution dependency. But yeah, this way we definitely have always here a clear path, even though it takes it as an exit and stuff. Here we could do some correction to the spline itself, because it's not colliding correctly. That one does look good, that one does look good, yeah, like that. Okay, so our testing phase is successful. Everything here does work. This is a dead end. This is a dead end. Here we do have our actor, and our actor is like just had it earlier. why is that kind of little step suddenly breaking in? But we have our opening here. Everything should work. We have this working. I'm still kinda unsure if I leave that hole to be there like that, or if I actually have it be actually, yeah, I think I do it a little bit different. Rather than this being the alpha, can I? What type of data do I have? Not if I can. Let's check if it intersects, because would be a good thing if they would add that. Hmm. I don't understand what the difference between inner intersection and inner intersection is. I have to look that one up. Because, let's see. I mean, obviously it works differently because here we have a primary source and basically what we can do but I think difference is better. Difference. We check if let's ignore the alpha. Let's go directly into opening. And the outside filter is always true. But the inside filter and the cave entrance. Not it's that. And if true, oh my, this is stuff I hate sometimes. ECG entrance 2. Okay, that's doable. Copy attributes. We have the target and we have the source. And mesh and mesh. Maybe they need to both be part of point. It looks good. But it's not spawning it. Regardless of what we do, we have this. Okay, so that's not an option. Okay, let's do it differently then. What if we take the intersection instead? Data there, there's data there. We never get data. We never do. But on difference we do. Wait, what's that? That's... no. Never mind. That's something different. Difference. Taking from the logic should be like that. Probably.
Adlings
Oh,
are
we
invading the void for
should
90
think about
seconds.
that as well. Interesting. Now, yeah. Then this one is closed. This one is not closed. Take it out. Put it here. This one is closed. This one is not closed. Okay, there we have it. Just one little adjustment away. Sometimes it's just about that you've forgotten to activate one thing. In this case, the select multiple. And this here, let's clean it up a little. Intersections. It's quite nice because we have both types of intersections taken care of. This is the intersection ceiling. And let's call those intersection the gates. And then don't need that debug. This is point alignment. And this is just debug. And then we also do have that one. On collision. Spawn collider for entrances. Which is this one. So we bring this one closer here so we can bring all of that closer. And this is our grab. We actually finished. So we have the opening here. We have the opening here automatically. When it enters the room, it automatically generates that. Then now there's the test. The one test we need to do is actually running through it and making sure we're not messing up with our... Yes, it kind of looks laggy because I'm actually also streaming. We don't have to... We are not... We shouldn't forget about that because it's quite the toll, especially with the fuck up of what Windows did lately. Okay, we can walk around here, we can go through here to our dead end. And go in here. Do the same then here. Walk to that dead end. Now we go and walk through here. Of course, when you make an actual game with that, you would not have that long hallways. Those are like to test the extremes. You would have way more intersections, way more, maybe one even completely being a loop. And creating stuff like that, and also it would not collide with the ground, because there would be none. But it seems to work. Here is our exit. Our last thing to test. This is where we go out. And once we're out of there, we tested everything. This is the entirety where we walk through, including that big room there. Perfect. Everything works as expected. Technically, we would also have to do the same with the medium one, but it's the same that I did before. Just do that off stream. Then selecting for it, everything works. We then can take our different splines here. Do we want to do adjustments here? Bam, adjustment made. Done. Great. One thing we can actually do still, this is kind of the preparation for it, is spawning rocks and other stuff on here. Sadly, what I wanted to do first is with the roof. Like spawning from here. I probably will do make spline. I create spline from this. And then scatter some stalactites from that. And dungeons, cave, data. I kind of want to make another primary data asset. There we go. Penny a spawnables. What we basically need are 3 variables. One is the static match. Min size and max size. Actually make it 3 more. This is use rotation. This is float, and this is a float, and this is a float. This is a vector, actually. Even better, we can directly take a rotator. Rotate min, rotate max. And this will be a static mesh. Then we make data ascend. PDA spawnables. DA cave round spawns. I'm dumb. I'm stupid. The way I want to use this yeah, should work like that then. We correct that here. Delete, 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 delete. Leave that one. We need a struct as spawnables. Static mesh. And we have a transform. We have a scale. But scale we put as a float. And we will have minimum do we or do we not? No, we don't. We do it separately. Thank you for the waterboarding and headband. Min scale. Now that suddenly take it so long. Oh well. Use rotation. Min rotation. Next rotation. don't call that transform, I call that offset. This will be our general offset. The other offset is determined by the graph itself, not the objects. And let's actually search here. We take don't use rotation, we do not have an offset, that looks good. And we have this as a standard, then we go in here, tangents, cave data. And in here as spawnables. And we want to be that to be an array. So now I thought there might be a shortcut, but there isn't. Data asset PDA spawnables. Now DA cave ground spawns. There we go. Five should be enough. Now we go back to our graph. Back here. Create another one. Actually, EDA spawnables. Round items. Copy and paste it. No, doesn't work. Okay. Then I make another one, which also is PDA spawnables. And that will be my ceiling items. Ceiling items just a preparation for later. But the ground items, those right here, they are what is interesting. Now we need to go get our data out of it again. And this one is, of course, spawnables. So that in here, now we have all our data that we need here. Okay. Pretty much have the same in here. Will be like another one later on. But for now, it's a kind of placeholder. Named reround. Items round. Items ceiling. Let's get items. So now technically, let's put this one there, this one here, erase everything. Let's put into attributes and add attribute. Static static mesh. God damn it. Hate when you make one typo, it does create a complete mess. Hey guys, how are you doing? We did create our cave generator here. So each end without a volume has a dead end. If there's a volume, there is an opening. There's another volume just here to ensure that this is connected. Even though when it, like here for instance, the red cube would be normally a dead end, but since there is that volume, there's an opening, and then we have another entrance opening for our hole up here. So yeah, we can it's basically, yeah, spline generated room, spline and volume generated rooms, just that it is a complete cave, as you can see here. So that is what we are having right now. Right now we are using our primary data assets to scatter around a few items. So this is static mesh, and this is mesh. Then we get into here, there, mesh. So for right now, it should scatter a few at least. The points are there, but I don't see anything spawning. Is it just very, very tiny? Oh, it is there. It's just, yeah, that is quite tiny. It's way too tiny, and I don't think we need any off. We might need a offset for those, but for right now, DA. Bring them all to 1 to 2 times the scale. Wait, actually, we... no. I'm stupid.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Those are not even... Not this one. Wait, that one was okay. Didn't add any. This has scale. How do I make that flexible? Oh, wait, that's that one. Minus 5, 5, and this is minus 100. 100. Okay, that doesn't really work, but delete the attributes. We keep only our selected one, and we have the min scale. We have max scale. Max, not May. Minimum scale and maximum. Yes, that is on purpose. That's okay that it throws that error warning. Oh, basically only wants us. Hey, we have it set to uniform scale, I think. No. Hey. That's not what it says. Or did I use it again in our forest? There we basically do the exact same thing. Or we make it with an attribute noise. That's only... It's only the mesh itself. There is no scale. It doesn't help. That doesn't help. It doesn't happen. I definitely need to go back in there and um fix a few things. Mm, let's see if that works. Call it like that. Then we go in here. This one is data. And the other one is points. This will be a loop. And this will be a loop. And I think it makes more sense to have the points first, then the data. And to not have it in here like this. But actually as a loop node. Points, data, and then output. What's the error? Maybe points do not need to be looped. But this one does. Then in that case, we cannot put it just in there like that. We need a partition over our index. And we loop through that. That will not quite work. So now it's spawning everything at every point, which is not necessarily what we need, what we actually want here. We have to find a different way. We have to find a very, very different way in order to approach this. Yeah, I do it. I do it with a lot of research later on. We call it here. Let's see where we can take everything. Who is available to us? Mm. Yeah. We are going to Amira. She is playing Superliminal. So send her all the love, and we see each other tomorrow when we look into Code Wayne 2, like the new one. So until then, bye.